Getting my notes open. Okay. I'm not gonna do Duel of the Fates for that long, but I did want to do it for a hot second. Hello? I left off at a really cool point last stream, and I'm really excited to get started today. So we'll see what happens. I mean, there's so much shit that happened last time. And I feel like this is going to be an absolutely huge stream. I mean, my heart was totally broken last time. I wish... Ah, shit. I know I just can't trust Goto or Kumasawa anymore. I mean, I never really trusted Goto to begin with, but Kumasawa broke my little heart. And... it's almost even hard to trust, like, Shannon and Cannon at this point. Really, all of the servants just do not seem trustworthy. But I think at the real top of the shit pole is Kinzo. He is the big... He is the game's true antagonist, I fear. Is just this shitty dad with his douche cape. Hello, Sid. But yeah, definitely don't trust him. Don't trust the servants really all that much. So who's left to trust? So don't trust these guys. Don't trust Rosa. Don't trust Ava. I don't trust Maria. I don't trust Hideyoshi anymore. I definitely still trust these three. Like, I feel like I can still count on these guys to not fuck my shit up. But one big question I remember having at the end of episode 1 is like, how did Rudolph know he was gonna die? I can't wait to go back and like go through all this shit once I have all the knowledge of this game. And I'm like, oh, that's gonna be so crazy. Or how did I miss that? Or I guarantee there's been times where I said shit that was like totally spot on and then never elaborated on it again. Because I do that all the time. Because I'll just have ideas that'll like pop in my head. And I won't like elaborate on them too much. But then some of them have like totally like taken over. Like Winchester theory, Coven theory, double identity. Well, Coven theory is kind of a part of that. But elsewise, I'm reading some of my questions from my episode 1 stream. What is Kizo's purpose for the Fukuin house? I love how they've mentioned the Fukuin house way back in episode 1, and it's never mentioned again because we're told that Shannon and Cannon are actually homunculi. Oh gosh, some of these questions that I wrote down have been elaborated on a lot more. One question I wrote down is how important was the discussion between Kinzo's children regarding the inheritance? That was a big one. Oh, and he wanted to tell Battler something before he died. So what was that? That was a big question I had. What were the contents of the fourth letter, and why did it make Natsui leave the parlor and end up dead? That was crazy. Why were the bodies of the children never found with the exception of Maria's letter? And how was the letter sent? Why was only her jaw found? Oh, these are some good questions. I'm so glad I wrote these down. I think this the most important one I wrote down, and I think this is really came a far way for like my questions arc. But one thing I wrote down was how valid are point of views other than Battler's? And at this point, we've learned that kind of are zilch. But they're great stories. All right. Well, it's been a couple minutes, so I say let's just jump into it. All right, where am I? I'm on November 11th. Oh, this is going to go to my third page. I think I would have gotten to page 5 if I hadn't reset my game save when I installed the 07th mod. This is going to be so fucking huge. I took the spear I'd made from the hat stand, went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that, as Goda-san and the rest said, she'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless. Had to turn that shit off. Goda-san! Kumasawa-san! It's me, Battler! I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I needed all the help I can get. Goda-san is big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Oh, you sweet summer child, Battler. Why would you trust these guys after what Jessica told you? In Kairi, Kuma's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys and know more about the mansion than I do. They'll be pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered there were probably nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I rounded the corner, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it. Goda-san! Kumasawa-ba-chan! It's Battler! Hey, come on! Get up! Hey! The scene in the shed, lit by a dim light bulb, was very strange. Goda! San. Kumasawa-san? From a low ceiling beam hung 2 thick ropes. And at the ends, Goda and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. Jesus Christ. Also, I think we got the detail at the very end of last stream that kind of confirmed that Beatrice was, like, sexually assaulted by Kinzo. Even though she was, like, very casual about it, she did mention it. Were hanging by their necks. This is truly an Umineko moment. Oh my fucking god! Kinzo made these two hang themselves. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. I was not expecting this. This is going in the fucking notes. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could trace no sense of life from them. That is fucked. You've got to be kidding me, right? Why? The shutter was still closed. Oh, we have a closed room problem once again. And there was only a single key, which had supposedly been given to Goda-san. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No, wait, they weren't necessarily killed. This is a suicide. I don't think this is a closed room. This is very obviously not a closed room. This closed room makes sense, but I don't know they would hang themselves. Why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. I mean, there's a window. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and that damn geezer. No, there's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who acted like the witch's ally from the beginning. And that geezer, the ringleader, who revived the witch. And the witch herself. What the hell? By now, I might as well be the only one on this island. That feels like a really important line. Using a pole as my cane, I feebly rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. Damn it! It's useless this way. It's useless. It's all useless. Damn it! Might as well cry while I can, so that my frail emotions will be squeezed out with my tears. Then, I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. Why don't you just sneak around the mansion and just fucking, like, bonk her on the head? Oh, there's probably people there. I'll find the source of this weird, insane might and crush her with my own hands. Maybe Kinzo let the two, Goda and Kumasawa, out and they killed everybody and then they locked themselves back in there and hanged themselves. Well, Kinzo locked them back in there. Like, pretty much every episode, with the exception of episode 1, Kinzo's alibi is totally all over the fucking place. Like, Kinzo has no alibi, basically, most of the time. And the reason that would work, Eric, is because of the fact that, whenever Kinzo has Jessica and George sent for, he takes them, and he makes them go to places that aren't near the... At least I don't think the Rose Garden... Or I think the Rose Garden's, like, out of sight of the Garden Shed. The Garden Shed is, like, somewhere that's a little out of sight that you would miss it pretty easily. So if George was waiting in the arbor, and Jessica was waiting on her room, that definitely 100% gives Kinzo the opportunity to let those two out. And all they would have to do is give him the key. And if they wanted to make Battler think the room was closed again, just to fuck with Battler at this point, because I think that's just how far we've gotten in this game, that we're just casually fucking with Battler all the time. Yeah, I think I'm onto it. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked to the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. Hold up, I want to read some Red Truce real quick, just so I can figure some shit out. Give me a moment. I want to read some episode 2 Red Truce, because the closed rooms in episode 2 really piss me off. Yeah, that's what I thought of. Damn, I thought I was going somewhere. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Anaki had also been killed. Yeah, that's what's been said. By this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George Anaki's weather-beaten corpse. We do have a death confirmed. That's crazy. His corpse was found in the Rose Garden Arbor. There was a single hole right in the center of his forehead. It's probably reasonable to assume that he was shot with a gun or something similar. It's a brand of humiliation, marking his defeat to Gop. Yeah, Goda killed him. Then I saw George Anaki's weather-beaten corpse. Anaki. Goda Treese. Damn. That is so... Oh, wait. You can even see... Oh, wait. It's kind of behind that. The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he had died under the arbor, he might at least have been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. Eric's favorite image. George haters. Conglomerate. The Anaki... In Anaki's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he almost looked like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained a deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if we were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Anaki's eyes, they remained open. And the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. There had been a faint chance that even Goda-san and Kumasawa-san hanging by their necks in the gardening shed had been playing a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Yeah, there are admirable things about George. I would actually really like George a lot more. Damn, you guys are like a freaking angel and devil on my shoulder right now. Holy shit. Hate George. Love George, no matter what. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure, just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on a chessboard. There's no mistake. It seems that old geezer and the witch really don't view our lives as anything more than that. That's ballsy. I admire your conviction. That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board. Perfect. I see. She thinks this is a game. Then, if you killed everyone like it was a game, it's okay to kill. If I kill you, all like it's a game, right? Prepare yourself, Beatrice. I love that fucking thunder noise. The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kairi-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I didn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. What is this? A box? It looked like a kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Oh, like the one Natsui has. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case. Oh yeah, exactly like that one. Because cigar cases are just like those boxes. You'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. What if there's like freaking lime? Ugh, like lie in there or something. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode? Yeah, that's what I'm fucking scared of. When it opened? Thinking of things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. Then, mixed in with the thunder was some kind of music? It sounded like that. You know, not to be a stickler, but that clock should be ringing 12 times, not 5 times. Or maybe it rings 24 times in Japan, I don't know. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing 24 o'clock. It was also announcing the end that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended. Oh, there's still a whole day left, right? What? There is. I never even... There's still a whole day left. This is the fastest freaking 9 Twilights I've seen in my whole life. And the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. Yeah, Beatrice is speedrunning this fucking episode. Any percent. That sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Hi, human Beatrice. Real Beatrice. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. Oh, yes. Are you Beatrice? This is badass. I love this. Yahoo! Battler! From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella, waving high-spiritedly. Oh, I love Beatrice. Was, without a doubt, the witch of the portrait. Beatrice! Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I think there's been at least 3 Beatrices. And I think this is the... There is, like, the first Beatrice that Kinzo, like, got the gold from. There's the second Beatrice, which died in 1967. And then there's the third Beatrice, who is still alive, and this is the third Beatrice. Like, this is human Beatrice. And sure, there's this lie that's been told that, oh, this is the Beatrice that's brought back after the 13 have been killed. No, this is just human Beatrice. I adjusted my grip on the spear. Because the timeline of Beatrice's has been fucking me up so bad. And I've been thinking about that more than anything else. OG Beatrice, Kudo Beatrice, and Beato. I adjusted my grip on the spear, and, imagining my goats creeping out of the nearby shadows in the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions. Oh, this would be so cool in an anime. Be at ease, there's no one here but you and me, see? No goat furniture, no demon butlers or teacher, not even the demons who's my close friend. And there's none of the gold butterflies that compose my flesh. No magic circles, no summoners as witnesses. Do you know what that means? No clue. Quit babbling. It is true that I've met you several times, even in this world. Almost as though we just missed each other. As you know, this world of humans is filled with a toxin just by your existence and your doubting of me. Almost like solid ramparts strengthening the guard. You know, this Beatrice was never told that magic was fake. Like, this Beatrice believes magic is real. Because the only person she might have been talking to her whole life was Kinzo and all these fucking servants who believed in the bullshit. So I think she honestly believes this shit is real. And maybe that's why she's so powerful. Is that even when she's this old, she's like 19, I think, or maybe 18, she still believes in all this goofy magic shit, because nobody was ever to be like, yeah, none of that shit's real, dog. Almost like solid ramparts strengthening the guard around you, the king. And through multiple games, I have advanced pieces one by one, split them apart, cornered them, leveling your ramparts bit by bit. Then, a fate crack finally opened, and I sent a bishop in, so that it could approach right next up to you. Maria's kind of a bishop, in a way. she kind of like preaches Beatrice if you think about it. Like, if Maria was a chess piece, she'd be a bishop. She has no position in the Catholic Church. But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind spots. As long as you stay on the black squares, a bishop on black can wield a massive influence. But if you escape just to a white square, even if I close in right next to you, I will not be able to touch you. That is why I have progressed through this game by sending in various pieces to prevent you from staying on a white square. Forcing you out in front of me, the one who controls the black squares next to you. However, I love being harassed on Twitter. There are now holes opened all over your ramparts. And I was able to send in not a bishop, but a full queen. Do you know what kind of piece a queen is? A rook plus bishop. Is that what you're trying to say? That now, you not only control the black squares that are part of the illusion of the witch, but you have been able to eat the white squares into the human world at will? That is correct. You have been calling the squares the gold butterflies that are my minions, the illusion of the witch. And you denied them as unobserved unrealities, right? I know. For that very reason, I have openly descended to the white squares like this. And whenever she does, she wears this outfit, because this is actually her. I wonder if she's not going to do any magic at all. Do not worry, I'll call plenty of gold butterflies and goats, demons and witches later. If you wish, I'll invite you to the Golden Land. There, any wish can be granted. It's starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle over the chessboard on this island. I see, a pleasant phrasing. Soon, you will be covered in ink as well. You will finally become covered with pitch black. And you will surely become a black king. You really are pitiful, drowning in a sea of ink right now, aren't you? No, that's wrong. I'll admit that the island has been stained completely black from your ink bottle. I doubt I'll remember. It's been like 2 months. I've been streaming this shit for 2 months. There's no way. And a thing about me that you get to understand is like I have the working memory of a fish. Like I forget shit super easily, like very casual things. I had to delete that shit, yeah. But my long-term memory is fucking fantastic. So if it's in my long-term memory, I'll remember it. Elsewise, it's pooped. There's no chance. But there's still a white square left. Huh. Where? Right under my feet. Your ink of magic tried to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing on. Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me. I'm here, stepping on a white square. It's strange. Until a second ago, I was shivering all over. Now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or a friendly person. Okay, friendly? No. Interesting? Yes. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me just by snapping her fingers. I see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island? Who reigns over both the white and black squares? Well then. It might be amusing to wait until you catch a cold and all that rain, but it's about time to move on to the matter at hand. The Königin die Nacht. That's very opera. Can you see the box down there? Your test is inside it. Wait. After all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who'll become the successor. My game is to take you and that damn geezer and all you guys who killed everyone and smack him with a Jian punch. One of the face crushers. Huh. So you will fly through the air up to my balcony? Very well then. Look, come here, come on right now. Here, up, up. Damn you, acting so carefree just because you're completely in a completely safe place. Coming over there right now. So prepare yourself and wait for me. No, no. The door is locked. Of course, the shutters are down for all the windows. My castle isn't so fragile that a single knight like you could break in. Smash the fucking window! And then reach around, unlock the door, and fucking open it. It's fucking time to show this biatch. I tried opening the door to my entrance anyway, but it really was locked. I know I've been sensing this through the ether, but I feel like I'm gonna be super empathetic towards Beatrice at the end of this game. I can just feel it. I know I am. Don't spoil it for me, but I know. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on all the windows after all. Oh, the shutters are closed, so you kind of would have to rip them off. Normally, those wouldn't be closed. It's almost like Genji helped her do that. Or Kinzo. Or Goda and Kumasawa. Looks like you prepared for everything. Where's the key? Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the garden shed. I can only give up for now. Damn. Guess she's no fool herself. I would just fucking run away. I would just hide somewhere. Fuck it. Do you really want to be right beside me so much? Alright, if you impressively pass your test, why don't I grant you an audience? If you pass, then you'll become the successor and my new master. My flesh and soul will be yours to do with as you please. For I am no more than the Ushiramiya family's furniture. I really hope that these two aren't... I really hope she's not his aunt. I really hope she's not his aunt or his cousin. Because I want to ship these two so much. But these are not the fucking Targaryens. Well, it looks like you want me to take this test no matter what. Okay, I'll give it a shot. If I pass, my first prize will be a punch to your face. Scary, scary. But it's not like I mind being controlled by violence, you see. Don't. It seems like she's been sexually and physically abused by Kinzo. I really don't enjoy this. Uh... Grab onto my head. Make my face twist in pain. Tear me apart like a hawk does with its talons to its prey. Scratch at me and trample upon me. Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days once more. That single time in my 1,000-year life. Remind me of that day I was taught the joy of being controlled, surrendering, and being reduced to furniture. Like, I really think at this point Kinzo just kept some random fucking girl underneath this mansion and just freaking, like SA'd her and abused her. Just, like, and that's why she's killing everybody. Is she's just fucking livid. And she finally found a way to break out. And that's why, like, whenever she's saying that she's talking about this, like, 1,000-year shit, of course it would feel like 1,000 years. She was locked away. Maybe Kinzo is actually just kidnapping girls and freaking abusing them. Maybe that shit about the gold is all a fucking lie, and he's just kidnapping and abusing women. And this one was just crazy enough to fight back. You damn drunk. Yeah, it would. We aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box. Yes. Open. Inside is a letter. Read it. I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. There are 2 smokers on this fucking island. Hideyoshi and Rudolph. But it also looked like a cigar box. Is it a cigar box? I mean, they compared it to a cigar box, but they never said explicitly that it was a cigar box. I love the smell of cigar boxes, by the way. There's like a smell they have. When I was a kid, my dad was really into smoking cigars. I would probably try one now. The smell of gasoline is pretty good, too. I smelled too much gas as a kid and I'm gay now. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case. Oh, but cigars and cigarettes smell different. There was no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. When I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn, just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, blank's life. 3, everyone else's lives. What does this mean? Beato? If you do not choose one, all the above will be lost. What's this? The second choice seems pretty obvious, given by the fact that there isn't our name mentioned inside. Some pretty creepy stuff's written here. More importantly, the second one's blank, so I don't even know whose life it's supposed to be. Indeed. That second one is where you put the name of one the test taker loves the most. For Jessica's test, it was Cannon's name, and for George's test, it was Shannon's. Since they had obvious feeling. Can we just say what's actually going on here? Is Beatrice really just wants Battler to confess to her. That's actually what's going on subtextually, is that she just really wants Battler to have a crush on her. Because she has a massive freaking crush on him. And she just wants him to admit it. That is total. I know I get Umineko. Those names are written in beforehand. But I don't know whom you have feelings for. So I didn't know whose name to write in and left it blank. That's perfect. I love you, Beatrice. I am fucking, my mouth is fucking wide open. He said it. Wow. I think Sid used to have like a list of like shit I was saying, and then it was like, holy shit, this was right, this was right. I love you, Beatrice. I'll stick your name in here. In that case, I'll choose the second choice. Happy now? I can't wait to see some of them later. Hey, quit joking. Quit joking. Hey, please, she's blushing. Please, Battler. Tell me the name of the person you have feelings for. If you don't, then this won't be a test, right? Sorry, I don't have any girl in particular. Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you? In that case, this test will not work for you. Oh, what a shame, what a shame. And I was really wondering what kind of woman was your cup of tea? I love it how I'm reading her being super embarrassed, because I know that's how she actually fucking feels right now. What the fuck, Battler? I don't want to read that. Ew. That wouldn't match you, right? Yeah, we're skipping that one. I will read this, though. Lies, you breast sommelier. Blonde and bouncy is the best, right? Am I not truly the embodiment of your ideal? If guessing your three... This is so fucking goofy. These two can't even... Fuck, why do these two have the hots for each other so bad? If guessing your... This is like a porno. Is this the porno ending to this fucking episode? If guessing your three sizes is the test of becoming the successor? Oh, what are the three sizes? Like, tits, waist, ass? I don't fucking know. Yes. The After Dark Tea Party. Ooh. Ah, yes. This was the test to choose the successor, wasn't it? It was so fun chatting with you. I've been getting a bit off topic. Let us begin the test. I will question whether you were qualified to be the successor to the Yoshiramiya family headship. Answer with care. Oh, I read that fucking perfectly. Oh, I'm so proud of myself. The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she truly had stepped out of that majestic portrait. I am the Ushirimiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch, and the Endless Witch, Beatrice. Do you have any the qualifications to inherit the Ushirimiya family and all of my gold? That is what I will test. State your name. Ushirimiya Battler. When faced with a dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. And from that, yes, I see. I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island. Why is it now just mutual pining? Fuck! These two need to get a fucking room at the end of this game. Very well, Ushirimiya Battler. However, for these 6 years, you have thrown away that Ushirimiya name, have you not? Why was that? I hated my dad! Because I loved that bastard. I know. It was because you felt that your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother, whom respected you, yes? I see, you have no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever. It's not as though I can't understand why you'd be unable to accept that mother. I think it's very likely that this Beatrice might be the child of the previous Beatrice. Who possibly might be connected to Kumasawa in some way. It's really confusing. This might just be Kumasawa's granddaughter between, like, a daughter of hers and... Yeah, there was. However, no matter whom your father remarried, that wouldn't change the fact that his blood runs in your veins, correct? What are you trying to say? I can somewhat understand the childishness that led you to resist your father's remarriage, since you wanted him all to yourself. Yeah. However, was throwing away the Ushirimiya name as a means of resistance not a disgrace to your family and blood? You were born and raised Ushirimiya, were you not? Do you think you had the right to forget that debt and throw away the Ushirimiya name? It's got nothing to do with you. This is between me and Dad. The Ushirimiya name does not belong to you and your father alone. That was your childishness. Nothing more than your inability to forgive the fact that your father was stolen away by an unknown woman. Those 6 years during which you threw away the Ushirimiya family register were a significant period during which you covered the Ushirimiya family in mud. You know the depths of that sin. I'm sorry, I'm so childish. However, even though it occurred around the time of the deaths of your grandparents, you did well to return to the Ushirimiya register. For that, let us give you a chance to purify that sin yourself. Now is the time to compensate for your sin of 6 years ago. You know who else was born 6 years ago? Angie. What really happened 6 years ago? Come try to remember. Remember your own sin. Remember that. Confess and repent. That is the test I shall give you. At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank. What do you mean, repent? Are you trying to tell me to apologize? The test has already begun. You may think as you wish. The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering at them. Why is this such a big deal to Beatrice? She was asking seriously. He could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Battler, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain. Oh, that's good writing. So the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler understood that, and yet he didn't understand. Well, if you put it that way, I do think I was being childish. All things considered, even Dad getting remarried didn't cancel out the debt I owed him for raising me. I hear that Dad always kept on paying my living expenses. And that he even said he wanted to participate in school events. The only reason he couldn't come was because I told Grandpa and Grandma to let him come no matter what. It's true that I can't argue back if you want to call that my childish resistance, but, in that case, who would clear away Mom's This is the first time she's ever been referred to as Ushiramiya Usumu. The whole game. This is the first time this character has not been referred to as just Asumu, not Mom, but this is Ushiramiya Asumu. I think that's really interesting. Let's go in the notes. And isn't it interesting that this test box smells like cigarettes when Rudolph smoked cigarettes? And now we're talking about what should be a very personal matter for Rudolph and Battler, this estrangement of 6 years. Even though Mom was so devoted to our family and did the very best she could, despite that, Dad was cheating with Kyrie's son. Isn't that fucking crazy? He even got her pregnant with Angie. And then, along with her birth, he rushed to move them into his register. If that wasn't a betrayal of Mom, then what was it? Who will clear up Mom's regrets? What if she's actually his sister? What if she's actually Kyrie's daughter? I mean, she said she had a son, but she mentioned that she had this child that died right the same day Battler was born. But then that wouldn't make sense with the rest of the shit. Because that doesn't match the timeline. No, it doesn't. It doesn't match the 1967 timeline, and yeah, I don't think it. No, I don't think so. I don't think. I think I'm missing it. But what you're saying is also right. Even though cheating was a fact, the debt I owed for being raised was real too. In that case, they cancel each other out. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with me leaving the family, is there? That's right. I had the right. No, the duty to smack dad in mom's place, didn't I? But I didn't do that. Did they mention how his mom died? I left without saying anything, as though I had been there in the first place. Dad forgot all about me and started a new family with Kairi-san and Angie. Doesn't that settle everything? But then, since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Kairi-san understood my anger. Even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Angie didn't know anything about the situation. Even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother and loved me as if it were true. Oh no, not the tearjerker song. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted. It started to feel more and more ridiculous. I thought it was about time for my dad to cool my head as well. Wait, I thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well. So I decided to put it all behind me as long as Dad apologized. Then came the day of Grandpa's funeral. Then he really put his hands on the floor and Then he really did put his hands on the floor and apologize, looking unbelievably pathetic. Dad did that seriously. Did that and seriously bowed his head to me, you see? When I saw that, it felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer. This is so fucking peak. I'm so upset. Oh my goodness. I'm sure Mom thought the same thing. Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for us. Oh, you were fighting over something that silly? Is what she'd say. I could feel Mom saying that and laughing. So, though I couldn't actually say I'd forgive him. I thought it might be okay to start over again from square one. This is the real shit. Holy shit, this is fucking real. This is like the real family drama I signed up for. So I decided to wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago. Then I returned to the Yoshiramiya family register. I'd also cried, raged, and worried for a whole 6 years. It might have been the same for Dad, and for my dead mom. Maybe even Kairi-san and Angie. So we went back to square one, and I returned to being Yoshiramiya Battler. That's my immediate family's problem. It has nothing to do with the Yoshiramiya family. You have no right to judge that as a sin, and I have no obligation to show repentance to you. If there was anyone I should have done that for, you've already killed them. So I won't apologize for anything. I won't repent. That's my answer for this test. That was so fucking good. That was so fucking good. That was like one of the best fucking Battler moments of this whole fucking game. Is that all? What? Part of me had fully responded to her provocation, and I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff I'd kept inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting. And yet, the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her. Something you could almost call disappointment. What do you mean, is that all? I've exposed everything about me, right? What more could you want? That still isn't enough to clear away your sins. Clear away? What the hell are you asking? Are you asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did? That's not it. What happened 6 years ago? I have no interest in matters concerning your immediate family or your home. Where are we? Rokenjima, the main residence of the Ushiramiya head family. What the fuck happened 6 years ago? Fitting for this place. Is there any fucking flashback scenes in episode 1? Maybe Sandy Beach. They were doing a lot of remembering then. No, that's just about the prophecy. Fuck. I don't remember anything Battler did when he was 12 other than be a little gremlin. Yes, Eric? Please. Are you saying that I have another sin? Remember, Ushiramiya Battler. Not being able to remember, that is your sin. For that reason, I shall forgive you. If you can remember it, I shall forgive you. Remember that is my test of atonement for you. Even if you tell me to remember. He accidentally pranked some random girl like 6 years ago, and she's super miffed about it. Cause he was a dumb middle schooler, and he just did a stupid fucking prank. It like set her on her villain path. That's not it, but remember. Oh, hey Meta Beatrice. That's what makes it a sin. Sorry, Beato. I have absolutely no memory of it. You make it sound like I caused you trouble 6 years ago or something. But I supposedly met you for the first time at this family conference. It's true that your legend also existed 6 years ago. The legend's fucking bullshit! This isn't about the fucking legend. This is more... My fucking gosh. But I shouldn't have been acquainted with you. Naturally. On the Rokenjima of 6 years ago, I had not materialized. Then what kind of sin are you saying I have? Are you saying that I've sinned against you somehow? Don't make me say the same thing twice. I not materialized 6 years ago. There was no way for me to become a... That's so bullshit! This is... In the world that you are, it was though I didn't exist. Fuck! Beato's cold eyes. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her, and that she'd blame me for it. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beato had said it herself. This is so unbelievably, unrepentably fucked. Fuck Beatrice. All my fucking homies hate Beatrice. I feel like it's right at the fucking tip of my tongue. It's so fucking bullshit. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beato had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. Six years... Battler speaking in Red Truth? Okay. No person called Beatrice existed for me. I wonder if Battler tried to solve the prophecy. I don't know. No, this isn't it. At least give me a hint. Does this sin have anything to do with you and me? I have no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already. No, go back to human Beatrice. This is some bullshit, Beatrice. Why do you think this is a sin against me? Your eyes. My eyes. Because your eyes are whispering at me to apologize. But I had no connection with you 6 years ago, and it looks like you acknowledge that too. Is that true? Is it really not a problem between me and you? I already said it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this. But still, your eyes are telling me differently. So I don't even have a clue. Can you say it in red? Can you proclaim that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me? Very well. The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushirimiya Battler and Beatrice. Who the fuck is Beatrice is the bigger question. Then why are you looking at me with those eyes? 'Cause who the fuck is Beatrice? I don't know. I'm simply gazing at you blankly. Who isn't Beatrice? We're all Beatrice! If it feels like that way to you, perhaps there's something making you feel that way. What kind of sin are you saying I have? Ushirimiya Battler has a sin. And I'm asking you what kind. I'll bet it's just some trivial sin, like hitting someone or tricking someone. I could eliminate a couple names, probably. Well, I can eliminate all the guys, because that doesn't fall within Coven theory. can eliminate Shinzo, Nanjo, Goda, because Goda wasn't even a servant 6 years ago, so he wasn't even on this island. Genji. We can get rid of Ralph. Rudolph. George is dead. Fuck, I'm sorry, guys. I'm thinking. My brain is chugging. Like, you can, like, hear the vents in my brain. Like, my CPU usage of my brain is, like, going up. It's, like my brain is, like, noisy as fuck right now. My brain is like a giant fucking fan. It's like going whoosh. And then we can eliminate characters who have little to no connection to Battler. So we can get rid of Natsui. I think Natsui can go. Why do I really, 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 really don't trust Jessica right now? Why do I really don't trust Jessica right now? And I don't know why. All right, I don't think it's about Battler leaving the register. All right, my 4 suspects. Maria. I don't know how to explain that. It just works. Ava. Rosa. Jessica. I think they're my big 4. Fuck. I bet it's some trivial sin, like hitting someone or tricking someone. What? People die. Not persons, not someone. People. Liar! I've never killed anyone. And say it. Who did I kill? When? Who? How? Of this island? This is really battlering my Kinzo right now. Fuck. This is really spinning my chessboard. All that whirring fan bullshit is dying. Did Battler somehow set the actions of Umineko in place? By some event 6 years ago? A great many humans. That's a relative number, though. Great many doesn't exist in the world of truth. Battler always does live, that is correct. Were Battler and Beatrice like an item? Is this a game about Battler's redemption? Fuck. Dante's Inferno, exactly. Battler's fucking Dante. Redemption, Purgatory. Fuck. No one escapes. All die. So what are we seeing happen? With Angie and Ava. What is that? What does that mean? Fuck, I'm back. My mental board is my mental board of this game is being wiped. What? What kind of incomprehensible things are you saying? Are you saying I killed everyone? I'm a killer? It doesn't mean you carried it out directly. However, because you committed a sin, from an imperfection in the cogs that stretch back a full 6 years, a distortion was created. And tonight, this many lives are lost. You are one of the causes of this tragedy. Quit messing around. I'm the cause? Then what? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Yoshiramiya register 6 years ago? Are you saying that 13 people died because I came back to the Yoshiramiya family after 6 years? Don't fuck with me. Give it a rest. For these 6 years, I've been the man farthest from the Yoshiramiya family, right? How could I have influenced anything in any way? This is all fucking fishy. It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to, right? I'd returned to my family after 6 years, so to make up for that lost time, I came to Rokkenjima reluctantly. It's not like I had some duty to come here today. I came back, and because of that, a massacre occurred? And what? Are you saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have had to die? Say it in red. Can you say it in red that if I hadn't come back, this massacre crime wouldn't have occurred? There's no way you can say it because you're the culprit for everything. Repeat it. If Yoshiramiya Battler hadn't returned to Rokkenjima, this crime wouldn't have occurred. If you can say it, try saying it. Can't do it, can you? You can't say it. The culprit is you, not me. Don't try to rub that responsibility off onto me. Answer in red. Try to repeat it. You can't. My existence has nothing to do with that crime. Quit saying incomprehensible stuff and trying to confuse me. I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just hurt. Now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops. Is there nothing that you remember? Sorry, I don't even have a clue. Why is that face so cute? Why does she look so cute like this? It's kind of goofy to say, but Jessica, like, looks the most like Beatrice. But that almost seems too simple to me. Hey, I'm starting to get a little pissed off. If there's something you want to say, then say it. If you have a grudge against me, you just have to say it out loud. Don't do it in such a dirty way, forcing me to remember. I'll ask one more time. Can you remember any sin? No, I can't remember anything. So, he says that he can remember nothing. With this, are your regrets at an end? Indeed. What? Even a hopeless bet can leave behind regrets if you do not take it. That's enough. The betting itself has meaning. That may be true. In that case, this is the end of my regrets and my game. What will you do? Is this meta Beatrice talking to human Beatrice? Who knows? I'm not interested in all anymore. Sorry, but I wish to leave the game board now. I see. I understand. I will take over for the rest of the game. You may rest. Bye, human Beatrice. Bye, real Beatrice. Sorry we didn't get to learn what happened to you. Indeed. All that remains, I will finish. You may forget about everything and bury your head in your pillow. A feather futon should gently protect you from everything. I'll be counting on you to finish up the rest. Leave it to me. Leave everything else to me and sleep. The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. Damn it, we were so close to getting somewhere. She certainly was identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice cold, completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits. Personality switch. Hey, are you listening? Isn't this enough for that test thing? I don't care whether I passed or failed. I won't be satisfied until I can bash your face. Calm down here, or else open this door. The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now a clearly different person since the time she'd first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave two small shakes of the head. And without my words, I wonder if we're not gonna see Beatrice again. Like, instead it's just gonna be like her dialogue. Because now that we switched from human Beatrice to Beatrice the witch, I feel like we shouldn't take anything from here on out with a grain of salt. I was able to gather what she was expressing, some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. Yeah, I was right. This is all fucking cap. This is all fucking shit. This is all bullshit. The study of the was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gap was making fun of Virgilia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. The way they were spitting Leah, 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 and Gap, Gap, Gap at each other. With this as a side show, Kinzo and Ronove opened a new bottle.
Oh, you're back. How are the results of Battler's test?
Yeah, the end of episode 2.
Maria's test? Got passing marks with no complaints, you see. I've despised her as a little girl. But see, why? Oh my, not bad, not bad.
It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Beato, who had returned, he laughed at the same level of tension as the time they'd left for the tests. However, Ronove and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent.
What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch?
Not enough to drink? Not enough on the side? But also it uses the same tracks as the tea parties. Let's pour it all over
Let's pour it all over a cow or something and let it roast whole. Not bad. Ronove, prepare one right away. Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later. Why don't we have a toast with a spare rib first?
I was right, we're not seeing Beatrice. Roast yourself whole. Oh my gosh. I wonder how Kinzo died in the first episode. Ha 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 ha.
What?
The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames.
Yeah! Why?
As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole in his body, Kinzo rolled around. Kinzo deserves this. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch. Stop, drop, and roll, Kinzo! Stop, drop, and roll! Looking like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. Maybe Beatrice was like another servant that Battler had been close with. But then something happened to that servant. They did mention that character named Lunan, and I'm not over it yet. Servant named Lunan who is never mentioned again. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. What has happened, my lady? See, now we're seeing bullshit Beatrice. Fake-ass Beatrice. I love that you had a good schizo, Doc. I have not questioned the word sight, but generally I've been super... like, analyzing the truth of shit. Based off everything that freaking Sid's told me about, like, me making predictions about this game, I probably could have guessed the identity of Beatrice correctly like 100 hours ago on total accident. Never thought about it again. Like, I just blurted something out. Never elaborated on it. Never said it again. And, like, I, like, never interrogated that thought. For all we know, I probably did say who Beatrice was. Oh, Sid, you fucking devil. Clean up those bothersome cinders. Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her. Yes, I will clean it up. Gap made a jet black pitfall swallow up all of Kinzo's cinders. Well, like, Beatrice, like, in Dante's Inferno, Beatrice is dead. I don't know. Did Battler, like, kill Beatrice? But maybe not literally kill. Did he just deny her? Because we're constantly, like, thematically looking at this idea of, like, being acknowledged, being accepted. You could even feel the thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking. That was how much, unconsciously and mercilessly, Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby. What is it, Beato? I don't want to answer. No, even answering is too much of a pain to do now. What is it? This isn't like you. Did something happen? Did Battler say something? Oh! She's doing the same fucking thing that Angie did. She's refusing to believe them. It's just like when the... I knew this was all fucking bullshit. Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking. For an instant, turned Gap into a glass sculpture. Gap! Disappear for a while. I'm in a very bad mood. So, if I want to think about Jessica as being Beatrice, it honestly wouldn't be crazy for a girl who lives on an island all by herself to imagine all this freaking goofy shit. But I also really want to ship Beatrice and Battler, so I really don't want to eat that. I guess she was a little popular. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking about that too, and that wouldn't work. Like, it goes up against their character development. Shit, I'm getting rid of Jessica on my list. It just doesn't make sense. I just don't like the way I think this is working right now. It just doesn't work for Jessica's character. I really don't like you, Maria. I really, really, really don't like you. But how could a fucking 6-year-old girl have done all this shit? Umineko has just begun. How the fuck could a 6-year-old girl have done all this? Or 9-year-old girl? That's impossible. What do you mean was like, oh yeah, 3, exactly. And that just leaves Rosa. And Ava and Rosa. They're all that's left. I mean, I could put Shannon on there maybe. Because that kind of floats in with Coven theory, but that doesn't work with George's plotline. And Natsui and Battler really don't have a big connection besides like everything at the end of episode 1. She was in charge of all preparations and arrangements for this family conference. She possesses a strong sense of responsibility and a great deal of pride. However, neither her husband nor his siblings understand her very well, so her position is far from enviable. I don't want to believe it's Natsui. I don't like the implications of that. Fuck! I'm never figuring this shit out. Episode 8 will come and I'll be like, I have no clue who Beatrice is. Sorry, guys. And a truly cold voice, which could freeze the heart just by hearing it. Yeah, that's correct. So that takes Natsui off the list. I think I just switched to Japanese on accident. Yeah, I did. I'm trying to keep my notes. So I can take Natsui off. I can take... And Ava and Rosa are killed. And that just leaves Maria, and I really don't like that. Or Ava... Yeah! Maria didn't give anybody the letter. Maria fucking made the letter herself. I don't fucking know. Then how'd she get the... Oh! No, no, that doesn't work. Even if Maria found Kinzo's wax seal around the time that Maria was looking outside for the rose, Kinzo threw the ring outside, but that doesn't work. Because then how would she have... She wouldn't have been able to melt wax. And she would have been able to have to melt... Oh, wait. I mean, the wax would have had to have been pretty warm. Beatrice gave me the letter. Beatrice gave me the letter. This is Beatrice. Who is Beatrice? Fuck! Certainly. Then please allow us to retire. If you need anything, call me at any time. Yeah, fucking Rodove getting the fuck out of Dodge before his ass gets turned into fucking ice. After bowing, Rodove turned into a cold and a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. Yeah, get the fuck out of Dodge. Get the fuck out of Dodge, Virgilia. After turning Gop, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Virgilia also turned into a cloud, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. That is the ultimate big question for the theory stream. Who is Beatrice? Unless I figure it out beforehand, which I really doubt I will. Yeah, that's gonna be my rereading. That's gonna be my rereading I actually have to do if I want to do an effective... Yeah, the LP archive is currently open. But I haven't really torn through it all that much. I'm gonna have to reread some shit. Like, looking at Battler's past is gonna be what I have to do. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, I haven't even seen Chadwick on this stream yet, so I haven't seen Chadwick in a while on the stream, so I don't know. Her brow furrowed, and she looked a bit displeased. I don't know, maybe he lurks sometimes, but like, I'm trying my best. And when she whispered disappear in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash, as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study, where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering, "Battler, are you there?" "I've been here for a while. What the hell's going on with you? You've become strange since a short while ago." "Do I seem strange? My apologies. Even though you were drinking so happily with that damn geezer, you suddenly burned him up. And your demoness friend is a glass sculpture. When you told the demon butler and your teacher to leave, they disappeared right away at your words. Just how fickle and selfish are you?" "Battler, I'm done." "Done with what?" "I've grown bored of this." "Huh? Well, you were the one who started this game." "Battler wins, baby! Let's go!" "Heh, if you had enough, that's great for me." "So basically, you're giving up?" "I am not giving up. I'm simply ending it. No, I won't even end it. I'm just abandoning this game for all eternity." "Doesn't that mean you're giving up?" The words "got bored of it and threw it away" fit you perfectly. "Is correct. I grew bored of it, and I'm throwing it away." I have a feeling that Battler kind of took Beatrice and maybe threw her away a little bit. "I don't care what happens next. It can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as you like. It can remain abandoned and gather dust like furniture." Beatrice called herself furniture. So even she has that same, like, persecution complex Canon has. But she also has, like, this, like Angie, like Maria. Yeah, she did. She has this, like, super internal imagination of the witches and the belief, and Beatrice gave her the letter. Beatrice gave her the letter. Ugh, it was Beatrice. Beatrice gave me the letter. Ugh. Fuck. What's going on with you? You've been kind of hard to deal with since a short while ago. Why is this face so cute? I'm not over it. I took a screenshot of it. It's in my notes now. There's just a picture of Beatrice doing that cute little pout. Are these still the after effects of that incomprehensible test from earlier? If you got a grudge, all you have to do is say it so clearly. You said in red that it has nothing to do with you, but that's gotta be a play on words, right? It's written all over your face. You have a grudge against me. How many times will I have to say I have no grudge against you before you'll understand? At the time you committed your sin, I did not exist. That's coming from this Beatrice. This Beatrice was created because of something Battler did. Like, at least in real Beatrice's mind, this Beatrice was created then. Maybe Beatrice is like somebody who lives underneath Rokkenjima and somehow, some way, like she's descending from heaven. Like she's died. Like Beatrice from Dante's Inferno. But even a pawn can turn into a queen, right? As Beato spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this even once until now. Well, you were the one who provoked me into this game. I'm a bit let down that it wasn't resolved, but feel free to invite me again if you feel like it. But when that happens, allow me to politely refuse, okay? You know, I feel like this is kind of the exact opposite of episode 2. Like, I feel like Beatrice is kind of being walked like a dog right now, but it's kind of her own fault. He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue. We circled around October 4th and 5th over and over again, but I've finally had enough of this role. This way, the boat will come tomorrow. That's right, and then the Seagulls will return to the harbor. I'll finally be able to hear Rokonjima's signature "nya, nya" cries. After all, maybe because of the weather, they weren't there at all when I came to the island. When the seagulls cry, everything will end, I guess. This game will end with seagulls crying. I can almost 100% guarantee it. This game will end when seagulls cry. Like, it'll be the credits. It'll be like, yeah, yeah, and then I'll be crying on stream, and there'll be ugly tears, and I'll maybe be a little drunk. It'll be great. All done. The end. What a relief. Exactly what is that you're misunderstanding? What'd you say? I said that nothing would end. With this, everything will be abandoned. The game will be forgotten, and the pieces on the board will be abandoned as they lay. There will be no advancing or returning or taking or being taken. No victory, no defeat, not even a tie. Just abandoned. Doesn't that mean it's over? Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity. Your turn will not come, so there will be no victory, nor defeat, nor a tie. In the past, I couldn't let you do that. After all, one of my goals was winning against you. However, I've lost interest. So there's no longer any point in making moves any longer. What do you mean by my turn not coming? I thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and that I'd be able to escape Rokonjima. But for some reason, Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Abandoning. Being abandoned, like Maria was abandoned by her mother. Or like Kinzo abandoned his family. Or like Battler abandoned Rudolph, or like how Ava abandoned that childhood self to grow up. Or like how George is willing to abandon his family just to be with Shannon. What is this fucking game? Just what is it she's been saying? And why the bad mood? Hi, Kuadorian! At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Hi, Angie. Meta Angie. Oh, it's Burncastle. What? Okay. Hi, Burncastle. Witch of Miracles. What this kid's saying goes something like this. She means putting the lid on the game and leaving the pieces as they are. The game will be locked away for all eternity without ending. The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against Beato. So, if Beato abandons the game, get it? Suddenly, in a different place, was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. Wait, this isn't Meta? This isn't Meta Battler? What the fuck? Oh wait, I don't think he's ever met Lambda Delta. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere. Oh wait, no, he did. What the fuck? More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then... Huh? He's in purgatory. He's in purgatory. That's right. The match won't be resolved unless enemies and allies meet. It would mean that you'd never be able to win and escape from this world for all eternity. When it comes down to, I guess, reading is hard. What it comes down to, I guess, is something like taking the key to the cage that you're locked in. Keys, cages, fuck. I feel like I'm really good at putting this game's themes together, but I just have no mystery solving brain in me. All I have is like just intuition, and like that'll just take me places. Fastening it to a collar of a pigeon or something and letting it fly. This isn't funny, Beato. We didn't come this far to watch such a boring game. No, this is exactly what you wanted, Lambda Delta. Shut the fuck up. Calling it a day like this is no joke. I agree with Lambda. I came here to make Battler win, and to make you writhe in defeat. Hello, Maxi M7. Welcome to me, Lose My Mind. I still haven't achieved that goal. Yeah, I knew Umineko meant seagull. It means like seabird, I think. Or sea cat. I think it means sea cat, like literally, because they make a meow, meow noise. The real Beatrice is a seagull Battler threw a rock at 6 years ago because he was feeling like a fucking asshole. That's real Beatrice. Beatrice is just some fucking seagull. Dive bomb the whole fucking family. Except, doesn't meet the red truth. They said no animal did it. Damn it, that doesn't meet the red truth, so I can't argue that. But they didn't say anything about a human seagull hybrid. Fuck, I'm on it. I still haven't achieved that goal. I won't stand for you abandoning the game at this time like this and running away. I acknowledge that. It would mean the curtain call for the game that disappoints you, lady. However, I, the host of this tea party, am fickle. Once it's lost its fun, I know no way of entertaining. I believe that's been my witch-like way of doing things from the very beginning. The seagull is a time traveler. Ho, ho, ho. There are no problems, yes? Certainly. I won't go against your creed. I won't accept it.
Quit fooling around. How much do you think I've supported you? You think I'd be okay with that after all this preparation?
Oh, I mean, no, this is what Lambda wants. She wants the... I mean, is the game going on for all eternity the same thing as the game just being postponed for all eternity?
Don't mess with me.
I am saying when I have tired of it. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's not gonna fly, but seagulls sure do, and I have a feeling that you're a seagull. We'll have you continue this game. You want to win against that bat, right? You want to win and make him surrender, right? You're almost there, aren't you? Am I right?
I'm almost there, Lambda. I'm so close to figuring out who the fuck Beatrice is. I can taste it. Don't ask me that. But I have an opinion too. Let me say it. What? This is a fight you picked. I'm prepared to settle this once and for all. I've come close to surrendering many times. Yeah, all the guys, like, I don't suspect any of them. But there's also the whole, like, the other thing that's really fucking me is this constant theme of double identities. And I don't think Nanjo would look very good in that dress, all things considered. I don't think he would look as slay in it as fucking Beatrice did, so... Never had any intention of escaping partway through. And I think but I'd rather think I'd see Nanjo in this dress than the schoolgirl outfit. I don't know. Oh wait, did I finish reading that? Fuck. I've never had any intention of escaping partway through, leaving the match undecided. So I'm here, showing the will to fight. You'd better not run away, Beatrice. Yeah, you're just freaking pissed. Oh, hi, Angie. I agree. Getting Battler involved and leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just too irresponsible. Suddenly, even Gretel was there. And everyone was calling Beato irresponsible. Okay, so you know what I think is interesting? What I think is really interesting is that at the beginning of this episode, not Gretel, but Angie said she was going to be like helping Battler out or trying just to give him some advice. And I thought that would be like in a literal sense. Like I thought it would be more of the same of the previous 3 episodes. I thought it would be a lot of like the Red Truth fighting, and I thought that's what it was going to be. But instead what we saw was Angie's personal journey. And that's the help I think she's giving him. I don't think what we necessarily meant by that help was help, but rather by watching Angie kind of rediscover this mystery for herself, for her own satisfaction, it's helping Battler understand what's going on in Rokujima a little better. And Battler does kind of stand in as the player, so I guess the same goes for me. Oh, it seems I'm mostly being called irresponsible because Battler will, as my opponent, be stuck. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm in the same pit as you, Maxie.
In that case, Battler, will you step down from being an opponent, as I shall? That way, I will have done nothing worthy of criticism. If I step down, will I be able to leave Rokonjima? There's no chance I'll be able to leave. Just be covered in dust and let it pile up on your shoulders. Quit fooling around. What an irresponsible person. You've killed such a large number of people. On top of that, using a witch's power, you've done it over and over. Killing in gruesome ways. I definitely won't let you escape without taking responsibility. Lay the law down, Angie. Responsibility. What is it I should do to take this so-called responsibility? Fight until a resolution is reached. Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up and fighting until he beats you. So you two fight until you're defeated. If you don't like that, try and defeat Battler. I won't forgive you if you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair. This is so thematic. This is so thematic. Locking him up and never letting him return? This is so thematic. I'm losing my fucking brain. This game's themes are hitting my head too fucking hard. I won't forgive you. Gretel. To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world no matter what. I need to take a break. I've gone 2 hours without a break, so give me like 2 minutes. I'll be back quick. Why did I mute my mic like that? I don't usually mute my mic like that. I'm gonna undo that so I don't fuck it up. There we go. And then we do this. Okay, I'm back.
What does this even mean? I'm approving the message. All right. Where's my text? Boom. There she goes. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world no matter what. So I responded in kind. Beato, face me. Oh, yeah, I don't know any Spanish, sorry. I do have a Spaniard who's here sometimes though. I don't know if he hasn't been able to make it though cuz he's European and he had to fix his sleep schedule. Beato, face me. I'm here, across from you, in the seat of your rival. Get it? As long as I continue to sit here, I won't allow you to escape. So don't escape, fight. Man, fucking... Why is Beato just, like, freaking the fuck out? Oh wait, you followed me, thank you. For some reason I didn't get an alert for that, so I don't know why that is. Unless you did it before I came back. I don't know, but thank you for the follow regardless. Isn't this a fight you started? You did all that crap over and over, making a complete mess of things. Good night. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciated it. After all this time. I am your opponent. As long as I'm here, I won't let you escape. Are you still listening, you irresponsible witch? Try saying something. After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while, she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. She's being difficult. Why? What the fuck did Battler do 6 years ago? What the fuck? Me rereading Umineko. Alright guys, we're gonna be replaying Umineko so I can figure out shit about Battler's past. No, I'm just gonna fucking reread a little Umineko archive shit. Try my best. Could you imagine playing through the question arcs twice in a fucking row? That'd be crazy. Man, thank God I recorded all that shit. Oh my goodness. Then she turned her back to me and said this. So, since Battler will not quit as my opponent, the ladies are saying that my abandonment of this game will not be acknowledged. In that case, let's ask. Let's see if the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place. Qualified. Probably has something to do with that test or whatever just now. What are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're... I will now determine whether or not you are qualified to be my opponent. Ready, Battler? If those qualifications are acknowledged, I will stay in my seat and continue the game. And I shall promise to fight for all eternity until the outcome is decided. I was ready for that from the beginning. However, if you are not qualified, you must disappear. What if Battler's actually fucking dead?
What if this is not really Battler? What if this is all just shit that's going on in Beatrice's head? Because she actually fucking killed everybody. Because she, like, Fortnite jumped on the island after all this shit happened and killed everybody. Fuck. I can't believe Beatrice is so fucking good at Fortnite that she airdropped in the freaking mansion just to kill all these fuckers. If the opponent disappears, there's no game. I can leave this place openly. Are the ladies satisfied? Interruptions will not be necessary. Go ahead, do as you like. But Battler, you make sure you answer well. The very reason I'm here is because I'm qualified, right? Well, she did say you're incompetent in red. Oh, I don't like how this is gonna go then. There's nothing to be scared of. You couldn't be. Gretel grew suddenly pale. I thought her to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me. Well then, Battler, I shall have you repeat it in red. You're telling me to repeat something? Damn you, stealing my signature move. But can I use the red truth too? You already did. I think he already did. How? If you wish for it to be that way, you can do it. It's easy. My name is Ushiramiya Battler. Whoa, pretty cool. Stop it! I know what you're after. But stop that. When Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Oh my fucking god, this is so good. Then her form was wiped away in an instant. Shut up. Leave your seat for a while. You too, ladies. If you interfere, I will not hold back. You won't get in the way. Go ahead. Do as you like. But this is bad. She's trying to erase Battler. That has to be the most delivered fucking Lambda Delta line of all time. What's that? What's she planning? Well then, I shall question your qualifications. Interesting. Attack and defense are reversed from a normal game. This is a very precious... Is she gonna try accusing Battler of the murders? Because that would be so freaking devilish of her. That would be fucking sick if she did that. Ready? Listen carefully. I will speak with the red first. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Yeah, with the dress on. Say that without the fucking dress. I opened this game in order to fight Ushiramiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiramiya Battler. I know that. So what? So what? Repeat it. Please! Battler, say it in red, I fucking beg you! Battler, I'm losing my shit if you can't say this in red. I'm losing my fucking cup! Repeat it. Ushiramiya Battler's mother is Ushiramiya Asumu. What? Why is mom's name popping up all of a sudden? I do not require chatter. Just repeat it in red. Beato urged me the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for. That would trouble me if thrown in my face, so it's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it. So why do something like this? Is this just Beatrice fucking with me? Sure, I'll repeat it. Ushira Mia Battler's mother is Ushira Mia Asu- Thank fucking Christ! Oh my god, I almost had a fucking Oedipus Rex moment. God damn. Fucking Christ. Oedipus Rex, Ushira Mia Battler. God damn. The red sure is convenient. I agree, Battler. I really was ready for a Luke, I am your father type fucking moment there. Oh, thank God. Oh God. No need to bother myself with bringing a copy of the family register. I know, I'm not out of fucking this shit yet. Idle chatter is unnecessary. Let's continue. Your name is Ushira Mia Battler. Sure. My name is Ushira Mia Battler. It was from Ushira Mia Asumu that Ushira Mia Battler was born. What does from mean? Fuck. It was from Ushira Mia Asumu that Ushira Mia Battler was born. It was from Ushira Mia Asumu that you were born. It was from Ushira Mia. Fuck. At that time, my throat suddenly closed. I was rapidly assaulted with choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time. It was from Ushira Mia Asumu that I was born. Damn. It was from Ushira Mia Asumu that I was born. What? What the hell? What the fuck? I'm crying. I'm fucking miffed. I'm fucking pissed. I'm fucking livid. I'm so verklempt about this. This is so... What the fuck? What if... What if Kairi is actually his mom? I don't... That... But... I mean... Look, the red line connects them. But then why? That wouldn't... No, that can't be. Fuck, I'm crying. What the fuck? What the hell? Even though I was doing it so easily a second ago, I suddenly stopped being able to get the red to work? Do you refuse to repeat it? I'm not refusing anything. It's not working for some reason. It was from Ushira Mia Asumu that I was born. Why? Damn it, why can't I use the red? What the hell? Yeah. My mom is Ushiramiya Asumu, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is... If you try to forcefully speak a red that cannot be spoken, you choke. There's no need to strain yourself. Allow me to use the aforementioned fact to press you in blue. Do you remember? The blue is used to proclaim a theory for the opponent to deny. They are then burdened with the responsibility of denying that in red, and if they do not, it becomes your victory. Is she gonna have a theory as to who Battlers is? Fuck, what the fuck is my chessboard is fucking, has been turned into fucking Warhammer. It's fucking, I'm playing, my brain chessboard has become Europa Universalis 5. I am fucking phased. Then let us begin. Due to my previous demand to repeat and your subsequent refusal, I proclaim that you are not qualified to be my... Okay, whatever, fuck. After all, Beatrice opened this game in order to fight with Ushiramiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiramiya Battler. Okay, whoa! Whoa, 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 Beatrice! She just moved the fucking goalpost. She totally just fucking moved the goalpost. Nobody said that he wasn't an Ushiramiya. He just said he couldn't admit to being born to a Sumu. Make him say in red that he's Kinzo's grandchild. Make him say that. Make him fucking say that. This gave you the responsibility as my opponent to declare in red that you are Ushiramiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiramiya Battler. You have refused to repeat that. This means that no, that's not true. This means the loss of your qualifications. Deny something about that in red. Quickly. Sure. I am Ushiramiya Battler. Because I can say that in red, I should be your opponent. It may be a fact that you have the name Ushiramiya Battler. However, people's names are not exclusive. There is a possibility that multiple humans have the name Ushiramiya Battler. In short, this is what it means. You are a different person with the same first and last name as Ushiramiya Asumu's son, Ushiramiya Battler. What did you say? Don't be so stupid! I'm Mom's child, Ushiramiya Asumu's child. It was from Ushiramiya Asumu that... Damn, why? Why can't I say I was... This is fucked up. I was born from my mom. How could something so stupid be true? No need to suffer. I will not toy with you. This is checkmate. You are not Ushiramiya Asumu's son. Battler, fight back! You need to... Fuck, Battler! Battler, you need to fucking fight back! Blue Truth, come on! Just because I'm not Ushiramiya Asumu's son doesn't mean I'm not Ushiramiya Rudolph's son. So fuck you, Beatrice. I'm fucking myth. You're kidding me. Who are you? What person calling themselves Ushiramiya Battler? Wait a second. I am Ushiramiya Battler. It was from Ushiramiya Asumu that I was born, and I'm Dad and Mom's son. No. There's no way that you're my opponent, Ushiramiya Battler. With this as proof? Proof, you say? You do not know that since 6 years ago, What the fuck happened 6 years ago? Oh, I'm fucking so sad. What the fuck? This whole game is changing right before my eyes. That's... No, a true Shimir battler would not have committed a sin. But a sin did occur in the end. That span of 6 years became a blank space. And a man who knew nothing of that time took on the name Ushiramiya Battler and appeared on Rokenjima. That truth goes like this. 6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushiramiya Battler, was already dead. You were part of a plot by Rudolph, having something to do with the distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up as in Ushiramiya Battler's place. How could something like that stupid be true? That's so ridiculous. But what was Rudolph going to tell Battler before he died? Woo-hoo-hoo! Alright, fucking Jon Snow. The fuck? Who the fuck is Battler? I don't give a fuck who's Beatrice anymore. Oh my god, I'm losing my fucking shit. Battler. Battler! Get a hold of yourself! Well, if he can't counter back, then there's nothing more to do. Battler did not possess that qualification. That's how it is. Are you okay with that, Burn? If you accept that, you'll lose too, right? What, you win? Why are you taking Battler's side? He doesn't look anything like these two. Their eyes are different colors. Oh wait, wrong pick. Angie. Angie. Angie has the same eye color, the same hair color. That fits. But they're half siblings. Right? What happened? Are they full-blooded siblings? Or are they... I'm like squinting at Kinzo's eye color. Jessica has blue eyes. Fuck. Battler has red eyes? Wait, does he? True. Why is my fucking brain melting out of my ears? Why? My brain is melting. Oh, she has red eyes. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Who the fuck is Battler? god, what a shame, Battler. What a real shame that you didn't have the qualifications to be Beatrice's opponent. Battler, fucking try to fight back! I know fucking it must suck to hear that your mom's not actually your mom, but at least... I don't remember anything about... Well, I know Kyrie had a different son, but is Kyrie actually that son? Is Battler actually that son? I mentioned it like 2 minutes ago. Then where the fuck's the real Battler? What if the real Battler's the one who's doing this shit? Years. What the fuck is Rudolph doing? I was careless myself, betting on an unqualified piece. It's my utter defeat, Beatrice. There's no victory or defeat. The opponent will simply disappear. Battler, fucking argue back! What the fuck? Or perhaps I should say that there was never there to begin with. But then, who am I? Am I not dad and mom's kid? Say it in red! Say it in red that you're your father's son, please! But am I? I'm not mom's kid, then what? Are you saying I'm a kid they picked up somewhere like a stray cat? You're adopted. You're actually Lunan, the servant who I'm cooking. If that is the case, it would mean that you do not share Kinzo's blood. Either way, you are not qualified to compete in this game. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Enough. From the very beginning, I was faintly aware of the possibility that you weren't Ushir Miyabata. So I had to question you. I had to ask about something the real Battler would have known. Then what the fuck happened 6 years ago? What a shame. Even I bet on the 1 in quadrillion chance of a miracle. You might really be Ushir Miyabata. But it seems you really are a different person with the same first and last names. Bit by bit, Battler's form begins. Battler! Why the fuck are you giving up? A mother is only half the fucking parentage! What the fuck? We love it. We love being confused and upset. We love knowing no fucking clue what's going on. I really need to finish the questions arc before I even have any fucking clue. Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head, repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Beato spoke something, and Lambda Delta ran up to him, yelling something very quickly. You forgot about the fact that Rudolph could have been your dad. But it already seemed very far away. It didn't reach Battler's ears. Fucking don't give up! Then he, not knowing who himself was, erased himself. No! What the fuck, Beatrice? Fuck you! Battler! Now my now my opponent has disappeared. Well then, if you'll excuse me. And ladies, you should get ready for your journey. No more festivities have been prepared for in my territory. It was good seeing you. Goodbye. What the fuck? Don't erase me! Oh. Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared. Are you okay with this? Patla disappeared. How the fuck are we gonna find him? I know how much you hate losing. Are you really okay with this? Weren't you betting on my defeat? Good for you then. Congratulations, Lambda. Let's meet again in some other world, okay? Well, this is a world of endless fragments. The chances of us having some connection again somewhere are probably less than 1 in quadrillion. Anyway, it was fun. Bye-bye. Wait up, Burn! Chasing after Burncastle, who had disappeared first, Lambda Delta disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone, and the study was now completely empty. The fuck is Battler? Who the fuck is Battler actually for real? What the fuck? It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. What did Rudolph want to tell Battler after the... No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke to that wordlessly. Zero Kinzo's seen by Battler this episode. Zero Kinzo's seen. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. I'm fucked. Alright, back to fucking 1998. Right? In a world where everything had sunk into the darkness, Beato questioned herself. As I thought, from the very beginning, magic should only have been used within Mariage Sorcière. I'm not this fucking goofy-ass track. Seems so. I also thought that with Angie, the Witches' Alliance is you and I. It started with those two. Including other people was our first mistake. It's just so fun. We wanted to add something close to us into that circle. And we wish that the Witches' Alliance would get really large. That everyone would be able to use fun magic together, and that we'd all be happy. However, only you and I were able to understand magic after all. We are the only two witches in the world who are brought together by a miracle. And now, as long as I have Beato, I don't need anyone else. Ugh. Me too. As long as you are here, I don't need anyone else anymore. In the very first moment, the Mariage Sorcière was formed. It was already complete. That is so... That is truly so... What the fuck is going on? It was once a witches' alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but... That's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion. Was Battler part of the Mariage Sorcière? And like maybe that really pissed Maria off when she left it. But she was only 3. That's way too young. But if Maria was like 15, this shit would be so freaking cut and dry for me. I would be so freaking sure of myself. Maria's fucking 9. It's okay. Why not forget everything? Let's have a Mariage Sorcière just for the two of us. We'll acknowledge each other, and no one will hurt us. So we won't be hurt. We won't cry. Let's forget everything. Hey, Beato. We are eternal. Maria. Ugh. Ugh. Why is Beatrice doing the ugh? Umineko no Naku Koroni. Rondo of the Witch of Reasoning. Okay. This is great music. Amakusa, could you turn that off? Whoops, my bad. You don't like it? You don't like M. Zaki? Just not in the mood. No fuck. Okay. Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea. Who the fuck is... Who is Angie? Who the fuck is Battler? Who the fuck is Beatrice? I'm fucking so lost. I feel so... Oh my god, I feel so more fucking confused than I felt last night. It's unbelievable. The world of cheery sounds is immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea and blotted out by the ocean's gray. Oh, not that freaking theme again. Oh no.
Can't you see it? Over there's where the harbor was at the time.
The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall that scene of 12 years ago. You weren't there fucking 12 years ago. Shut the fuck up, Angie. Why is she saying it like this? She was there 13 years ago, not 12. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time. But no... Or maybe she went to the island after they were all killed? I mean, I don't know. But no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inevitable, and felt painful and sad and painful for some reason. I at least remember one thing. You might say that it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean. So everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokenjima and the family gathering. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
Rokujima, huh? That place of all beginnings. At the end of the line for all journeys.
What the fuck did he mean by that? She thought the same shit I felt. Amakusa, in an attempt to speak from my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hope that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my... Why is it going so slow? Did I click something that made it not go as fast? Shit. I hope that viewing at a different angle might be able to bring back my memories of the island's silhouette. At least just a little. At the time, just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything. Captain, please tell me. About the other harbor?
Shut the fuck up, Angie! Sure. Rokujima supposedly only has one harbor. I sometimes rearrange the words to make them easier for my stupid little brain to read. Arr. But that's only for public appearances.
On the back of the island, there's another hidden harbor. Why? Why am I just now learning this? Like Rokujima itself, it has a second face which no one knows about. Yeah, oh god. See, what this game has done at this point to me is it takes everything I knew about Battler, my connection to this world, and he threw it out the fucking window. So now I have nothing left, and I'm really fucking confused.
Rokujima is an island owned by the Shiramiya family, but it has another face, as an island owned by Kinzo-san personally.
So this island has 2 harbors and 2 mansions. You sure spent a lot just to keep a mistress. Who knew about this other harbor?
Very few. Kinzo-san, the butler Genji-san, those of us involved with the boats, and a very small number of the oldest servants, like Kumasawa. Both the previous owner of the Nanjo Clinic and that Kumasawa Ba-san knew. Naming them off like this makes it sound like there were quite a few, but basically, there was a small number of people who knew.
Please tell me about that other mansion.
I was only told that there was a mansion called Kuwadorian. Since I wasn't allowed to leave the boat, I never saw it, not even once.
So it was far enough away that you couldn't see it from the harbor?
I don't know, but it was a hidden mansion after all. It was probably built where you couldn't see it from the outside. Anyway, Kuwadorian was the biggest secret of that island.
There's a theory that Beatrice lived in Kuwadorian, or else was confined there. What do you think, Captain?
I sometimes carry miscellaneous goods to Kuwadori. I did sometimes carry miscellaneous goods to Kuwadorian. And that included a lot of stuff that only women would use. But expensive stuff like that. I'm also convinced that theory is true.
Does that mean you never saw Beatrice directly, Captain?
Nope. Came and went for about 20 years and I never saw her once.
20 years? That means she was at least 20 plus. Looks like she wasn't some mademoiselle.
But one day, bang! all coming and going to and from Kuadorian suddenly stopped. That was about 20-something years ago.
I hate that I fucking just predicted that line. Second Beatrice's death definitely was 1967. About almost 30 years ago, about 29 years ago.
So around Showa 43, 1968, I think. Don't ask what was happening in Showa 23 or Showa 13. The worst war crimes known to men.
Bang? You mean suddenly?
We came to the hidden side on a set schedule to carry food and trash back and forth. Right. The hidden side. What we called the harbor, like the Kuadarian.
I get it. So then. One day we got
an urgent message from Genji-san. He said that until we heard differently, there was no need for us to go to the hidden side anymore.
Did you hear differently?
Not really. Long story short, one day I was suddenly told that they wouldn't need regular service to the hidden side anymore, and that I didn't have to take the food there either. At first I thought I was being fired, but I quickly figured it out. Going by the reactions of the servants who knew of Kuadarian, I managed to guess somehow.
Beatrice died and there was no longer any need to take food or people to care for her.
That's what I think. From that point on, I was never told to take a boat to the hidden side. However, after that, Genji-san came to see me face to face and got pushy. Strongly urging me never to speak of anything related to the hidden side until I died.
So if that hidden mansion was abandoned for 20 whole years, why was Aunt Ava there? On that day, 12 years ago. Shiramiya Ava somehow escaped harm alone at a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. This is really starting to shit my Kuadorian is actually the mansion theory in the bed. But it was thematic. It was good and thematic. It was a cool theory, guys, right? It was a really interesting theory, at least. Like, I was really cooking with that. Even though it's kind of not really working. Because if Kuadorian really is 2 kilometers away, that would make sense as to why they would need a separate harbor, but there would be no point of having a separate harbor if the mansion was Kuadorian to some degree. Battler is Kuadorian. Battler is a mansion. Battler is the house. Welcome back to the House of Leaves comparison stream. Why was she hidden in a mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
I saw on the talk shows. Even I don't have a clue what happened. Not once did I guide Ava-san to the hidden side. I have no idea how or why she knew about or reached Kuadarian.
I guess Kuadorian is where the gold is. That's looking more promising. I wonder if it was possible to reach this hidden Kuadorian by land. If, as we heard, the forest was dense and uncultivated, I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady person be able to bush crash it. So what about by sea? Or by tunnel, which actually makes Winchester theory true. Like, it makes Winchester... Like, that's Winchester theory. And it's true. Winchester theory is feeling fucking so true. I feel so vindicated in Winchester theory. Pier's been cooking for over 100 hours. I'm just a little stupid, though, so you'll have to bear for me. What about the sea? Maybe there was a motorboat or something?
Are you kidding? That two-nighter typhoon was awful. No way you could have used a boat.
So what if there was an underground passage or something between the mansion and Kuadorian?
This is called Winchester theory. And this was something that Pier noticed way back in fucking the first 5 minutes of being mentioned of Winchester Rifle. Because Pier happened to know the story about Lady Winchester.
Paying to charter a boat each time he wanted to visit his mistress's house? You mean the tunnel long enough to connect two mansions on opposite sides of 2-kilometer island like Rokonjima? Well, I take a laugh at that thought, but this rich guy made a whole hidden mansion for his mistress. Guess I can't deny the possibility. What do you think, Captain?
I'm a man of the sea. I don't know about holes.
This shit is fucking breaking my mind. I'm brain broken. We love being the most confused ass stream of all time. Holes. Where else were there holes in this chapter? Really? And then I was talking all about Kuadorian and Winchester theory and But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel on.
But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel on Iwo Jima. Semper Fortis, they got their asses handed to them. Or Semper Fi. Wouldn't surprise me if that Kinzo-san could dig at least 2 kilometers.
There really is something wrong with this island. Even now, not one of us really knows a thing about it. I'm taking my magnesium now. Oh, it's the main menu music or sound.
I'm taking my magnesium, so I get a little sleepy. Or else my insomnia will keep me up all night.
Fuck, I gotta keep doing the pirate voice. These magnesium pills, by the way, are fucking huge. They're like the size of like... They're like an inch long. Okay, let's keep fucking burning my brain. The boat reached the shore. They would have to walk a short way to reach the mansion.
I'll wait here. I'm a man of the sea. The mansion's that way. The path from back then's probably still there, but I'll bet it be covered with plants. Make sure you don't get lost.
Right, let's go. Thanks for everything, Amakusa. You wait here, too. Don't leave her! Don't leave him! What if your aunt comes? Well,
I had a feeling you'd say that.
I'm just delivering something. It'll be troublesome for them if you come too. She's clearly delivering something for Maria. I imagine your toxin is strong. Yeah. Toxin. I'll be back soon. Today our main goal is Kuadorian. After I deliver this, I'll come right back. Angie put on her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer.
Give her some space, young'un. See ya soon, little lady. Your family's waiting for ya.
I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I'd guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. Where else did we see this picture? Where else did we see this picture? The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me. I could feel the presence, like an aura of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock, along with overgrown trees and ivy. And the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning signs stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think of Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But Rokkenjima is also located within the Tokyo metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like atop of a little hill. Where did we see this place before? Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rock walls spread out below me. But I realized the mansion was probably somewhere around there. Then, the steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant, filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs. It would be easy to tumble down. It looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998. And it is that day and today, the boundary between this world and Nirvana. This spot is where Beatrice died. The journey's final destination, it seems. As the strong winds blew Mammon and Sakutaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop. From here, I can't really tell. Where's the mansion? Let's get closer.
Ryu? That's impossible. We won't be able to come back.
We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998. And I'm the Yoshiramiya Angie who's been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die. But not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something. Yeah, I'm sorry, you two. Although I was back then on that day, I would have gone down that cliff without any hesitation. Come on, this is pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Yoshiramiya Angie. Sorry. This place is as good as any. After all, you can feel the wind of that day. Was the wind really like this? Yeah. Very soon they will come. Everyone. Sakutaro said it as though it was completely natural. And I believed it. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, all of my relatives, and those fun servants. And Maria One-chan. It's me. It's Angie. I'm back. When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. But now I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushiramiya Angie. And a journey reach an end as the last witch of Mariage Sorcière. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushiramiya family, and as the last witch. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, sorry. Let me greet Maria One-chan first. A strong tailwind urged me on. That tailwind took just... An incident that Ava survived from by going... left the main mansion in a state that you can't go near. Just steep cliffs. Wait. That's... Well, then everything could have just happened in a natural disaster. A strong tailwind urged me on. That tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast... Okay, she's having an out-of-body experience right now. And though from here I couldn't see... Here on, I couldn't see it. I believe that it flew me to the mansion on that day. To where everyone was. To where Maria One-chan was. And so, even though my body was on top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. This goes back to what Maria was telling her about, like, creating her own, like, magical space. The vast, vast sky of Rokkenjima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I understand. I comprehend the presence of my family and my relatives and all the servants, and Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Listen. Angie called to Maria of that day, to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic, and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it. So now I finally understand everything. I understand magic. Our magic is surely very faint and fills the space between us, but it isn't something that anyone can see with their eyes. Magic is, yes, I can say it clearly, without love it cannot be seen. Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of the Witches. But now I understand how wonderful it is. And now I know that after the day I wounded you, Mariage Sorcière was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan in those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that. But now, those sad days are over, so let's return One-chan's Alliance of Witches back to the original Mariage Sorcière. The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner cream croquette? I don't know what that means. How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? How could you give birth to magic that makes sense for Battler to exist? And it's fucking destroying my brain. New spells of happiness were created, one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. Pages were drawings that had once been colorful, gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings, evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created, one after another, burying the pages and her heart. Because I hurt One-chan, Mariage Sorcière ended up like this. One-chan isn't a black, evil witch. She was a white, pure, innocent, kind witch. I'll turn it to how it was. I'll bring back the original Maria One-chan. The one who scattered magic to make people happy across the entire world. That's the reason I came here. You know, it's kind of interesting that by giving the witch hunters all these theories, in a way, magic existed. I was guided by fate. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Show yourself before me. The voice rode an even stronger wind. It was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased, and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria One-chan's footsteps. Maria One-chan. It's Kasumi. Fuck, I knew it. Looks like I finally found you, hey, Angie-chan. Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria One-chan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria One-chan too. Because of these guys, Toxin, that magic was cut off. Angie clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way. Are those flowers for your deceased family? Admirable. You're going to throw them, right? Go ahead. We'll wait that long. Just what are you waiting for? but Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought into mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to them, it will be pretty bad for the Yoshiramiya group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud, fighting over me all by themselves. It's probably why President Okonogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. I think Amakusa weight on the boat was a regrettable mistake.
Yeah, I fucking knew this shit was gonna happen. I thought it would be inside the mansion, though. I didn't think it would be outside.
Aunt Kasumi, how long have you been waiting for this ambush? Since early morning. Thanks to that, I'm completely tired of waiting.
So did they find the secret dock then? I guess that's all that would mean. The only way they would have not have noticed the rest of them is if they landed on the secret dock. But how did the Sumaderas know about the secret dock? What's the connection between Kyrie and Battler? Oh, we are fucking losing our shit.
Thanks to that, I'm completely tired of waiting. After all, there are no cafes or dressing rooms here.
Oh, wait, why am I giving her Angie's voice? That's fucked up.
No toilets either. So I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree. Ouch. A lady with half Sumadera blood throwing her veins will not use such filthy words. You really are Sumadera Kyrie's child. Not a trace of grace. She grabbed me by the hair, forced my face up to hers.
Losing my fucking brain.
She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers. And then spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit. Every time you talk to me, Aunt Kasumi, it's always about Mom. Am I really that much like my mother? Yes, you are. That impertinent gaze. Your mother, your mouth and nose are the same, too.
Battler's not here. Look. Battler's not fucking here. I'm so glad I checked this. I am so glad I noticed this.
Wait, why do these two have a page now? Losing my fucking mind. One.
What the fuck?
Freewheeling and irresponsible. You thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumadera family and selfishly flew out of the house. Thanks to that, my entire life has been devoted to cleaning up your mess. I guess your life really has been covered with crap. When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked, and I was struck with sand. Yes, you truly are like Nason. That gaze like you're mocking me somehow. Yes, I remember so many things. You're a sad person. I'll bet that since you were young, you always got compared to Mom and scorned. For your entire life, you'll never be released from that wretchedness. A little girl like you couldn't possibly understand. You see, your mother is a loser who threw everything away and ran away from the Sumadera family, right? Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that loser? Any trouble you went through has nothing to do with me. Sorry, but what am I supposed to do about something that happened before I was born? When will your life begin? It never will. For all eternity, you'll always continue to be sneered at by my dead mother until you die. Get cursed. She just put a fucking curse on her. If only you just die. Why are you living? You little piss. You... Make her some tea. Leave it to us, you big-mouthed shitty brat. Let us teach you a little lesson. The black suit dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of my neck, and dragged me down. Do whatever you want to her until my break is over. Teach my cute niece her place. What the fuck? This is so fucked up. I'm feeling a little nervous. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Sumadera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. In the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word okami. Managing the Sumadera family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kairi. Kairi had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary. Take a shot every time this game says no, on the contrary, and I always read it the same inflection. No, on the contrary. She had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kairi, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kairi had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover Ushiramiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera's perspective, even though the Ushiramiya family had held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. And to become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of the Fat family. Normally, a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole on one end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right side, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. That's fucked up. But Kairi's punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushiramiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kairi openly left the Sumadera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushiramiya family. Kasumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she'd even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kairi had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she saw that she'd been outwitted. Because of your mother, my life was ruined. No, you could even say that she killed me once. On that day, I was killed once and thrown into a hellish life. Isn't that what you get for making light of life until then? Yeah. Don't you ever stop talking. Don't you ever stop talking, girl. Yeah. The black suit punched me in the gut, and I doubled over, but I was quickly grabbed by the nape of the neck and made to stand up again. Kasumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kairi left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kairi, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly everything got flipped over, and her life came crashing down. My life, lifestyle, and the way I lived were all stolen from me. Do you know how much I was derided by those relatives who didn't know the details, all because of my sister's dishonor? I detested her. I detested your mother, even enough to make me spit blood. Glad to hear it. Keep up the good work. A kick landed in Angie's side as she crawled on the ground. Angie didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up. I saw Nason at an Oshira Mia group party once. She was with her husband, looking very happy and laughing. She pushed everything onto me and found happiness only for herself. So what? How is taking it out on me going to make you happy? Are you taking it out on me to turn me back? We'll turn back time and change history or something? You said something a short while ago. When will my life start? No matter how much I despise you or take out my frustrations on you, I can't turn back time. So, must I keep hating my sister even though she's gone until I die? You've got to be kidding me. How long will I have to be tormented by my sister's ghost? Yeah, no shit. So I thought of something. If I could accomplish one thing, I'd be able to forget all of my hatred and start over. Angie was about to lash. What if Battler's a homunculus? Fuck, I never even thought about that. That feels like an absolute troll theory. Angie was about to lash back out at her, but stopped. Because she'd be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say any more, Angie had gotten a pretty good idea of what she meant. Kasumi thought that by taking revenge against Kairi's daughter, Angie, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems on other people. Come on, stand up. If you like this island that much, I'll bury you deep in it. You don't want to die at your age, right? Don't you feel like saying, sorry, my mother caused you so much trouble or something? Who'd say something like that? Are you? Angie! Angie-sama, no! You mustn't provoke them. Yeah, they are getting more and more desperate. My sanity is ruined. Often my intuition's right the first time. And now I'm just in my death knell, where it's been 120 hours, and I don't remember shit Battler did 60 hours ago. You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you can buy some time. Fuck, you guys probably were all fucking waiting to see me lose my shit. You guys had to have known I was gonna fucking lose my cabeza over there. I really thought I was getting somewhere. I really thought I was getting close. This has really been a setback. I often say that you should throw your foolish pride out with the garbage. Oh, what about Amakusa-san? If Amakusa-san comes, I'm sure... It's no use, I can't see him. You idiot, Angie-sama. Why did you leave Amakusa behind? I didn't need Mammon to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts that signs of activity here won't reach the boat. During the time it took for Kasumi to finally finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits as she had told them to. The moment I grabbed at my head. Oh, this has been so fucking good. But unfortunately, I will not have any like final thoughts on what chapter's my favorite till I'm at the end. When the seagulls cry. I can't believe I just fucking said that. My scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle. Oh my god. That really fucking hurts. And my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this gray, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumadera Kasumi led. After all, as the successor to the Ushiramiya family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seem to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiramiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I'd forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Ava. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like, if I'm angry, it must be your fault, Angie. The fact that you're at fault is what matters. So who cares if I can't remember what it was that you did? There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she'd keep on punishing me. Yes. Aunt Ava's punishment wasn't something that would continue until I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake, or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. What is nostalgia but the pain of remembering? I opened my eyes and looked. There's Aunt Ava, right next to Kasumi, who's smoking a cigarette. I can see Aunt Ava, almost as though the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Ushiramiya family, which she often mentioned to me, it probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. Oh, look at that. It's probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the Honorable Ushiramiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it was just like what Aunt Ava did to me. Stop! This is Coven Theory shit. Stop it. This is Coven Theory shit. And I'm feeling very not confident about Coven Theory. Just like what Sumadera Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That's why Maria One-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't even have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But One-chan didn't carry that burden on her own shoulders. She purified it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure if Maria One-chan had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced on her onto her children. A chain of pain and sadness had stretched back for who knows how long. But she couldn't understand, which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her. Maria One-chan cut it with her magic. What's wrong? Got a bone to pick with me? In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with hatred, so they'd cancel each other out. No, nothing got canceled out. The thing being forced on me ended up right there on my shoulders, just like how even now, I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushirimiya Eva again. What I could see through to was a sad human form, no different from me, who had lost her family, who had bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl. She was doing nothing more than howl. That's not really good English. Then she could do nothing more than howl sadly, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. There, I fixed the sentence. Even Ushirimiya Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rakanjima crime, who was faced with the curiosity of all society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, had needed someone's compassion. In order to let Ava forget her pain and sadness a little, the Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times it had possessed Aunt Rosa. Bad feelings incarnate. Magical Beatrice is just bad vibes incarnate. And like being an ass to other people. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria One-chan when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend Sakutaro. When was Sakutaro destroyed? Was it the year before? Because that feels like a very important detail. And what was that realization that Angie had at the end of the last 1998 segment? And did it have to deal with Sakutaro? Like that one we had seen in the corner. Which I would not have noticed if anyone else had pointed it out. Because I don't pay attention to that shit. It was at least 2 years ago. Okay. It happened last Thursday. That same magic, that witch, had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa, too. That's Coven Theory! Shut up, this is literally Coven Theory. So I mustn't hate Ushirimiya Eva. Maybe I should have become her ally. It's the only person in the world who could understand her. Is there like a connection between Beatrice there's like this connection between Beatrice and Maria, and Ava and Angie. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive, all alone? Could it be I acted as though she'd killed my family and returned on her own? That's a pretty big sin. Can't believe it. Aunt Ava, who has never been more than an object of and a synonym for hatred throughout my life, is turning into a human who can understand. So, I really don't want to deal with the idea that Rosa never fucking made Sakutaro. That she just lied to Maria about that shit. That would fucking make me really upset. Unfortunately, the only way we know that Rosa made Sakutaro is because she said she did, and Rosa is a liar. Just a liar. So I can see, right next to Aunt Ava, the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Yeah. Like, it was a design they had, like, found, like, her sketchbook or something. There's, like, black magic, white magic, chessboards are white and black. The whole thing with the ink. This game is just, like, so much about duality. Like, the whole thing about looking at the clouds, at the sea, and whether it's blue or gray. Like, duality is the fucking Umineko thing. But also, like, truth is another big one. Like, the nature of truth is a big theme in this game. It was only natural. Yeah, I agree. Wait, did I read that line? Fuck. Oh, fuck, I keep skipping lines. Damn it. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give back my dad and mom." I can make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her, at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. That is sad. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son, were negated. She no longer had anything left. I mean, it also didn't look like a stuffed animal like that somebody would make, because it had like Sakutaro has like one of those like keychain bags, like keychain hooks on it. A carabiner? I don't know. And that just seems like a weird detail to put in a handmade toy. But I agree that the thematic, like, shit around Sakutaro not being unique kind of goes back to the whole idea of magic and the way we put our feelings into things. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, only during the time that she howled, and the time that she howled. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto further victims. Filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Ava knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been enough? Me? Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Maria One-chan? If I taught her with that magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Up until now, I've hated Aunt Ava constantly. So I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now, finally, Claire at the Black Witch. The one I truly should hate. Oh. I haven't been in this game since episode 3. What's this? You can see me. I see you. The one I should have hated wasn't Aunt Ava. It's you. Whoa, awesome! To think that a lowly human could see a witch like me. So, are you trying to say something with that glare? Do you hate me? Hate? Yes, I do. What do you mean, saw evil Rosa? Like back when she was destroying all fucking Maria's shit? I do, but that's not quite it. I just think you're sad. Yeah, like that's mentioned a couple times. Sad? What are you saying? Come on, go ahead. Why not hate me as much as you want? I won't hate. Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Ava's hatred. So that's like the significance of Angie becoming a witch, is inheriting that hatred. But it seems like the Beatrice, like human Beatrice's own hatred was born up out of what Battler did to her 6 years ago. But the question is, what? Because magic's love, right? Means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Ava's hatred. I'll put a stop to the hatred. I'll accept Aunt Ava's pain, purify it, and throw it away. What kind of epiphany do you think you've had? Is your head all right? Seriously, if only you just give up and die. You guys, get your more and more, okay? Not her face, though. Because it'd be boring if her pitiful face got any better. The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to buy to by the Black Witch. My, are you still not suffering after all of that? You keep staring right at me. Do you hate me? I'll bet you do. Same here. Say I pity you. Say I pity you, Angie. Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never, ever heal. That sad lion gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out continues to howl. Hey, Sumadera Kasumi, take a look. Over there. It's you, as you used to be. Don't you feel better now? You used to be standing there, but now you're on this side, right? Isn't it great? Don't you like having the roles switched? Yes, it literally is. Great. How could you make that kind of face, Angie? Go on and cry, you want to, right? Yeah. Yes, of course she wants to cry. Make her cry. Didn't someone make you cry back then? So make her cry too. You too, Angie. If only you'd just break down and cry. Cry, Angie. I want to see your crying face. Cry and try saying, I'm sorry, Aunt Kasumi. Yes, make her say those words. Aren't those words painful? Isn't being made to apologize for something that isn't your fault just the worst pain? Make her feel the same way. By doing that, you can relieve your pain. Yeah, that's it. Be a little more honest with yourself, okay? If only you just let your emotions run free more and more and more. The Black Witch provoked Kasumi, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. By turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget for just an instant, nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad. And I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who had imposed that sadness on Kasumi. I had gone limp, but she seemed to have stopped the black suit's kicking competition. Or maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Kasumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they burned me with the flames of hatred. Oh, like Beatrice's had made Kinzo turn up in flames. She had been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain. When you seek revenge, dig 2 graves. Sumadera Kasumi, you aren't done yet. You've got much, much more trampling to do, right? Can you forgive what happened to your entire life? Just a little violence? I can't. Still, I can't forgive her with just this. Right? There's no way you can forgive her. Do it more. More of the flames of hatred. Nothing can warm you except the fires of hate. After being frozen in the snowfields of anger and sadness, the only flame that can warm you is hatred. Say it, okay? Scream it. If only you just burn yourself to ashes with a roar of hate. Hate. Shiramiya Angie cannot live without hating you. Sumadera Kasumi, look at that bundle of flowers. These flowers are for your dead family, right, Angie? The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Kasumi to pick it up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to... I think I gotta pause here, unfortunately. I know this is like a really cool scene, but I gotta get to bed. I am sorry, folks, but it is. I gotta go a little early because I gotta wake up early tomorrow, and I would have gone longer if I didn't have to wake up at 7 a.m., but I do. God, I miss college. That shit was so fucking fun. Hell yeah. Yeah, this was a really cool stream. And